Gwydion. Gwydion.
Gwydion, what are you doing, boy?
I was just looking.
How dare you take leave of your duties? Resume your chores immediately.
Yes, Manannan. Master.
Had your parents survived your wretched infancy, the sight of your sloth alone would have killed them.
They would not have been proud of me.
No, but fate has favored you. Few orphaned youths can know such fortune. You are lucky to be here to serve me.
I am very lucky.
Indeed. Now get to work.
Such is the story of young Gwydion's life to this point. What's a poor boy to do? Oh well, in resignation, Gwydion obediently follows Manannan into the house. The old wizard looks at you menacingly.
The chickens need to be fed. See to it at once.
The wizard's mansion has been your home, life, and world. A tree grows bravely near the wizard's house. When closed, the coop does its job well. The hatch is home for the hens and comes complete with a supply of chicken feed. A tin cup has been left on the table. Manannan was not pleased to be served blackroot juice in anything other than his chalice heirloom. The perfect servant, aren't you? You scrutinize the moose head carefully. While it is long past its grazing days, you feel sorry for the poor old thing. Candles flicker from the wrought iron lamp. There are various bottles and bowls on the shelf. This is where Manannan would place his potted plants, if he had any, along with a smidgen less detest for anything that grows. This is where Manannan eats his meals. You, of course, are not supposed to eat here. You eat in the kitchen. There is a pine table and benches large enough to seat at least 10 people, but the wizard has never had any guests for dinner. This is the kitchen of the wizard's house. Other than your own bedchamber, this is the only place in the house that you feel you can call your own. The wizard rarely enters the kitchen. On cold days, the fireplace is a cozy place to sit. The kitchen shelf holds many ingredients and implements for cooking. There are drying herbs and spices hanging here. The fireplace is not used during the summer. Manannan insists that you clean it regardless and frequently. The kitchen shelf holds many ingredients. Near the fireplace is a crude broom made of straw. Your muscles ache as you recall the long hours spent churning butter. The barrels contain grain and other foodstuffs. It's just your old tin bucket. Your mixing bowl is lying on the shelf. You retrieve the clay bowl from the kitchen shelf and take it with you. Your wooden serving spoon is hanging on the rack. Your trusty knife is hanging on the rack. You take the wooden spoon from the iron rack and keep it with you. You take the carving knife from the iron rack and keep it with you. An apple and some grapes grace the kitchen table. A loaf of bread freshly baked. A leftover piece of mutton. You take the mutton chop and carry it with you. You take the loaf of bread and carry it with you. You take the fruit and carry it with you. Nice view. Pity it's out there and you're not. Nice view. The wizard gives you an evil glare. This hallway is on the second floor of the old wizard's house. There are 2 stairways here. Adjacent to them are 2 doors, both leading to, thankfully, separate bedrooms. You have always admired this lovely tapestry. It's one of the few bright spots in this dreary house. You can see most of the countryside of Ludor from this vantage point. This is your own pitiful bedchamber. Compared to Manannan's fine room, yours is almost a cell. The bed is hard and uncomfortable, with only a threadbare blanket and a small, flat pillow. The other furnishings are junk. But as poor as it is, it's your haven, as the wizard never enters it. The bed is nothing more than a cot, hard and cold and difficult to sleep on. Your pillow is small and flat, as it is made of old rags. You look into the cracked mirror hanging on the wall. Your reflection shows a tall, handsome lad dressed in dirty rags. Your dresser is a piece of junk. It's full of nicks and scratches, and one drawer is completely missing. The window provides a peek and a promise of the freedom you've longed for. The wizard's glare makes you suddenly feel very, very small.
I have decided to take a journey.
It's a fly, and it's dead. You pick up the dead fly and drop it into your hand. Disgustedly, you look at it. The well-polished brass telescope is used by Manannan to keep tabs on the citizens of Ludor. To the right of the desert begins the fertile land of Ludor. Bandits have been known to hide out there, so watch out. You put your eye to the glass. It amazes you how near everything seems. You could even see squirrels climbing faraway trees. No wonder the wizard knows of all activities in Ludor. Manannan's elegant bedchamber is a display room for the land's finest furnishings. From a regal canopy bed to an expertly carved closet, you can't help but compare it to your own meager space. Manannan spends his nights in that bed. That he does so alone and for so long as you've lived here would amuse you if your situation weren't identical. There's a small drawer in the front of the mahogany vanity. The closet is fashioned of ornately carved mahogany. It is clear why Manannan picked this spot to build his house. You doubt even the excellent morning view puts the wizard in a good mood, though. Manannan keeps a window open. This is just as well. His chamber pot is almost always full. You're not sure what to make of this. Manannan has unique aesthetic tastes. It's the wizard's chamber pot. You cannot use. It's a lovely handheld mirror. Manannan's a vain old codger, isn't he? You take the wizard's hand mirror. A bottle with a green leaf stopper contains some cat mint. Blank parchments for those late-night urges to jot something down. They're probably used to notate new ideas for making your life more miserable. A bottle with a cat's head on it. Manannan must be allergic to cats. Chocolate creams. No, wait a minute. They're chocolate-coated insects. Yuck! A blue bottle labeled with a V. Given local topography, you're guessing it stands for vertigo. Manannan must have a little trouble with heights. It's a bottle of rose petal essence. You've never wanted to smell like a rose, but 3 vials contain small quantities of hair, all in different colors. That's odd. They're all labeled Gwydion. This is one of the wizard's linen gowns. The wizard's blue peaked hat sits in the bottom of the closet. You search the linen gown. You don't find anything interesting. You search the pockets of the black cloak. Suddenly you discover a small brass key. What could it unlock? You search behind the clothes hanging in the wizard's closet. You're startled to discover an ancient parchment scroll. Its ink has faded, but it seems to be a map. Taking this treasure, you leave everything else exactly as it was. Nimbly, you grab the nasty cat by the scruff of its neck, avoiding its needle-sharp claws. And now that you have it, what are you going to do with it? You manage to pluck some fur before he viciously scratches and leaps from your arms. With grim satisfaction, you survey your wounds. This is the main entry room of the wizard's house. The front door is to the south. Creaky stairs go upstairs, and doorways lead north and east. It's a painting of the wizard from long ago. You wonder if he was ever young. You pick up the chicken. You gently pluck a feather from the chicken and gently set it back on the ground. An eagle sits in its nest, tilting its head as it eyes you warily. The world beyond the only life you've known begins here. Manannan's mountain dominates the sky. The precarious path winds around Manannan's mountain. Watch your step. The land of Ludor spreads before you, promising a world of opportunity. A few trees grow around the base of the mountain. Big, immovable lumps of stone, otherwise known as boulders. What a beautiful garden, you think. The residents must take great care of it. Dew has formed on the petals from the night before. A cottage sits near the southern edge of Ludor. It is fronted by a picket fence and well-tended garden. In the distance, Manannan's mountain mars the horizon. This quaint little cottage is home to the bears. A cottage sits near the... This is the door to the bear's house. There is no answer. There are bowls of porridge on the table, a far cry from the fish, honey, and berries you were expecting. Homely bunch, aren't they? Cheery flames crackle in the fireplace. The bears must feel the cold. You are in the charming, cozy home of the three bears. Outside, you see the forest. Just right. So you take it with you. You sincerely hope that head isn't real. After all, what species would hunt its own? You are in the bear family's cozy bedroom. 3 beds share with a chest of drawers. You are in the bear family. This bed looks just the right size for you. You closely examine the contents of the drawer. You can't. This drawer is filled with various implements for sewing. It must belong to Mama Bear. You can see a very ornate pincushion in the bottom of the drawer. Something tells you it belongs to Mama Bear. There is a spool of black thread in the drawer. There is a little silver sewing thimble here. You pick up the thimble. Holding the silver thimble beneath a dew-filled flower, you gently tip the flower so its dew runs into the thimble. You move from flower to flower, repeating the process until your thimble is brimming with dew. You take a handful of fertile soil from the garden. The mistletoe hangs from the branches of the tree. There are few dried sprigs mingled with the green mistletoe. One of the trees has a light green plant growing on it. Closer inspection reveals it as mistletoe. You look out over the vast blue-gray ocean. You wonder about its many lands and feel ever more eager to depart this one. You see a small seaside village up the coast to the north. Smoke rises lazily from chimneys, mingling with the ocean air. You search among the hanging mistletoe until you find a sprig that has dried. You break it off and carry it with you. The seagull feasts on its latest lunch. The store sits on the south side of the pier.
Good day to you, young man. What can I do for you?
A content, hairy dog sits on the floor of the store. Its name tag reads, Hank. You pat the hairy dog and are rewarded with a handful of malted hair. The store provides supplies enough to meet the needs of the village. A friendly storekeeper bustles busily behind the counter. The shelves are stocked with many useful items, such as leather pouches, salt, fish oil, and lard. As it is chilly so close to the ocean, the wood stove is hard at work heating the little store. The short, balding storekeeper seems an amiable fellow.
Greetings. What have you for sale?
I have many an item that might interest you. For instance, you might wish to purchase a leather pouch, very suitable for carrying things in, as you might expect.
Indeed. Anything else?
I have numerous consumables that you may wish to acquire. Take a look at the shelf behind me. See if there's anything you would like.
Once the pride of the town, the library is now a forgotten shell. This house belongs to either a well-to-do family or to several poorer ones. Whoever boarded it up did an admirable job.
Despite the fact that the window is ajar, it will not open wide enough to allow entry. There's a small brass latch on the inside, which your fingertips cannot quite reach.
You can't use. The magic map's faded ink has brightened in certain spots, depicting locations in Ludor. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. You drop to your hands and knees. Your feet. You see an evil sneer come across the wizard's face.
I am hungry. Prepare me a meal at once. Get out of my way, Gwydion.
Master?
What is it? Speak quickly, boy.
What are the people of Ludor like?
The wizard gives you a cautionary glance.
Why? Intending to make their acquaintance, are you?
No, I'm just curious. From what you have said in the past, they don't sound very appreciative of you.
Selfish, pathetic creatures requiring constant vigilance. They should have some respect for an old man. It tires me keeping track of their movements never knowing when one might put a foot out of line.
You have the strangest notion that Manannan's last comment was not an expression.
They sound wretched.
Much like yourself, but they are punished for their disobedience as surely as you are.
Manannan does not appear in much of a talkative mood at the moment. Conversing with him further might be unwise. Your heart skips as the wizard gives you an evil look.
I am going to lie down for a rest. Do not disturb me.
You can't use your... You pull out. You feel a strange pulling sensation. It's a massive anchor. Perhaps it got left behind. A discarded fishing net lies on the ground. It has been here so long that grass has begun to grow over it. The tavern rests on the north side of the pier.
Despite the fact that the window is ajar, you slide the long spoon handle through the gap and easily flip the latch.
This book has been left more recently, as in the last 20 years. Rows of knowledge, local and wide, sit lost to an apathetic audience. Rows of knowledge. The library is dark, and you squint through the still and musty air. The library is The rest of the pages are blank. The trees seem to follow the river on its way to the sea. As you take in the beautiful countryside, you find it strange that it could be home to that tyrant. A beautiful stream ripples through these stately trees. You see a cave and a hill to the north. These trees have adapted to their saline habitat. These trees, it's big and blue. A stream cuts through this grass-bordered beach. Try a little further out. This water is too brackish. Try a little further. You scoop up a cupful of ocean water. You can't use that item there. That's the largest web you've ever seen. You shudder to think of what spun it. Nice tree. This is a pleasant area, marred only by a dark opening in the hillside. A huge spider web covers the entrance. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. The trunk is home to a fair few bees. Several bushes and small trees grow in this part of Ludor. A small cactus grows near the edge of the desert. The forest runs north between mountain and desert.
These two are certainly unsavory rogues. They look like they'd rob you blind.
The sand stretches ever westward, as far as your eye can see. The trees must have germinated during an unseasonable wet spell. Cacti are common in deserts, and these are no exception. Cacti. You scoop up a small handful of sand. A snake has shed its skin and left it in the desert sun. You retrieve the dried snake skin from the hot desert sand. It's delicate and could easily crumble. Cacti are... The grass stood no chance in the unrelenting desert heat. If you've seen one rock, you've seen them all. The remains of an animal lie half buried in the sand. The sun seems to beat down harder here. Cacti. The trees must have germinated. Cacti are. The sand stretches. The sand. Ouch. Ouch. The cliffs rise higher than the sun permits you to see. An ancient door has been set into the cliff face. You don't see that every day. The cliffs.
Days, they're all the same. I have no plans. My life's a shame. I'm soon a man, little I know. Should I care? I've nothing to show. Youth spent crying.
You bend down and look into the small hole. It's too dark inside to see anything. The acorns surround the old oak tree and crunch under your step. You pick and poke among the fallen acorns looking for dried ones. You eventually find 3 dried acorns and take them with you. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Manannan eyes you with a snaggle-toothed sneer.
I am ravenous. Fix me something immediately.
Manannan is impatiently waiting for his food. His stomach rumbles as he drums his gnarled fingers on the table. You'd better feed him quickly, or dire consequences may result.
Master?
What is it? Speak quickly, boy.
If I may know, how long have I been here?
The better part of 18 years.
Will I be turning 18 soon?
Yes, quite soon. I have something very special planned for you that day.
Oh.
The story from your predecessor's journal gives you a good idea of the meaning behind Manannan's words. You barely manage to hold back a shiver. Manannan does not appear.
I have decided to take a journey.
Dropping to your hands and knees, you reach under the bed and retrieve all of your possessions. The fish must have been on dry land for a considerable amount of time already, as its aroma is less than desirable. It's a protruding part of the precipice. It's an eagle's feather. So many books line the bookshelf, you wonder when Manannan has time to read them all. titles cover many subjects from ancient Arabic mythology to A Study of the Heavens to the philosophies of Socrates. 2 boxes rest on top of the bookshelves. This is Manannan's private study. A huge oak desk sits covered with writing implements, and a chart covers the wall behind it. A cabinet takes up residence in the corner, while 2 massive bookshelves fill themselves with every subject. The wizard fancies himself the scholar. You're not sure, but it could be a chart. Then again, perhaps not. It's the wizard's wastebasket. The massive desk is made from oak. The wizard does all his reading, writing, and arithmetic here. From here, the countryside of Ludor beckons the would-be traveler. The oak cabinet has a brass handle on its door. Your feather duster is lying on its top. You try to turn the handle, but the door is locked. You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. It's the wizard's magic wand. There is nothing interesting in that area of the cabinet. Inside, you find the wizard's magic wand. You take it with you, knowing it could mean death if he finds it missing.
Carefully examining the bookshelf, you notice something unusual about one of the volumes. Only the spines are apparent, and they seem to be stuck together. The trapdoor is open and awaiting your descent.
You are on a flight of steep underground stone steps. They curve downward toward a dim light. The open trapdoor is above you. You are on a flight. You look in awe around this torchlit underground room. It appears to be a laboratory, a wizard's laboratory. The shelves are filled with numerous items. The wizard has a desk and stool sitting in the corner. Perhaps this was Manannan's previous pet.
The shelves hold skeletons of small animals and birds, some human skulls and bones, and other odd instruments whose use you do not know.
Against the earth wall is a massive oak table with a spacious worktop. The burning torches throw flickering shadows across the walls, making the room even more ominous. The shelves are filled with numerous items. Most of the bottles are unmarked. There are a few things that interest you, though. Most of the bottles. The shelves are filled. The shelf. 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 Most of the bottles are unmarked. There are a few things that interest you, though. Most of the You're not really into collecting fossils and the like. Some things are better left upon the shelf. Thankfully, Manannan doesn't make you clean down here. Why start now? You pick up the bottle labeled Nightshade Juice and take it with you. You can't. Most of the bottle. You pick up the bottle labeled Saffron and take it with you. You pick up the bottle labeled Toadstool Powder and take it with you. You can't. Most of the bottle. You pick up the bottle labeled Toad Spittle and take it with you. You pick up the empty flask and take it with you. You pick up the bottle labeled Ground Fish Scales and take it with you. You fill the flask with ocean water from your cup. You take a closer look at the wizard's work table.
Covered with gold trimmings, the old book's leather cover is cracked and worn, its pages yellowed and brittle. The title, however, is clear: The Sorcery of Old. You eagerly thumb through page after page of what you assume to be magic formulas. The ink of the old handwriting is faint and barely readable. Most of the formulas are indecipherable, but a few are in a language you know. You treat the old book with great care, as you can tell it contains recipes for some very old and powerful magic spells. Your hands shake as you realize this book could be the key to your escape from the evil Manannan.
You add the thimbleful of dew to the bowl. The wad of dog hair is dirty white and brown. You add the dog fur to the bowl. Within the glass container, you see your ground scales. The powder emits a faint, fishy smell. You measure 1 spoonful of ground fish scales and add it to the bowl. The dry, thin snake skin is extremely fragile. You add the snake skin to the bowl. The chicken feather is small and light, no more than a piece of fluff. You add the chicken feather to the bowl. You mix the bowl's contents by hand until they become doughy. You look at Manannan. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Understanding the Language of Creatures incantation.
Fur of beast and reptile skin, with scale and feather too thrown in, grant me sense to comprehend animals of water, earth, and wind.
You wave the magic wand over the bowl. You carefully divide the mixture into 2 pieces and place the dough pieces in your ears. You will now be able to understand the speech of the animals, birds, and fish. You will not, however, be able to speak to them. The spell will last as long as the dough is in your ears. The little vial of rose petal essence has a delicate, sweet aroma. Inside the jar, you see the saffron, an orange-yellow powdery substance. You add a pinch of saffron to the vial marked Rose Petal Essence. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the flying like an eagle or a fly incantation.
Spirits of air, cloud and breeze, lend me your wings that I may seize the opportunity to fly. Allow me passage through the sky.
You wave the magic wand over the vial of rose petal essence. You open the desk's only drawer, but you see nothing interesting. Again, you search the contents of the drawer, but find nothing interesting. Persistent, aren't you? Upon closer examination of the contents of the desk, you find a letter. You remove it and take it with you. There seems to be more written on the other side of the letter. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. You can't use your You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
What'll it be for you, sir? A good pull of ale, or you rather a dram of rum? My, ain't you the handsome one?
The town tavern is a haven for visitors, reputable and otherwise, to engage in behavior suitable and otherwise.
Wench, come over here, more ale.
A pretty, buxom barmaid stands there with an air of hardened determination. You get the feeling that she doesn't take guff from anybody. Two surly men sit drinking ale. They see you looking at them and glare back. A tapestry, which bears a striking resemblance to the Jolly Roger, hangs next to a lute on the wall. This instrument looks out of place here.
The barrels contain a fair quantity of rum. You'll notice that one is dripping and has the letters DB etched into the side.
Can I help you there?
Just wondering where this instrument came from.
Young man used to come in here a long time ago. About your age, according to me daddy. Had that thing he liked to play. Seemed to make him happy.
It is a little pot-bellied wood stove. Through the window, you see the village and the woods beyond. Bottles of rum and ale line the shelves behind the bar.
The loot made this young man happy?
Nah, he ain't done it for the money. Just like to play is all. You know, entertain the customers.
Who was he?
Don't rightly remember. I was only a wee mite then. Think he lived with the wizard, though I might be mistaken.
Why does the loot now hang on the wall?
One day the young man stopped coming over. Daddy found the instrument lying just outside. Said it was real weird how the air around it smelt all smoky, though there weren't no fire about. Anyway, he put it on the wall, in case the man should come back for it.
Do you think he will?
Hard to say. No one's seen him in years.
May I borrow the loot?
You one of them musy types?
Yes, I am.
I like a man who explores his creative side.
Indeed, I'd very much like to practice with it.
Of course you can have it.
Thank you.
If you agree to play for the establishment.
You want me to play for you?
You're catching on good.
I don't think that I'm ready to perform publicly.
Oh, go on. We ain't had a good performance round here for years.
I couldn't. Really.
Well, the loot will be there if you change your mind.
You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. Feet work. You scan the bookshelf for interesting titles and find a book entitled Black, the Ultimate Fashion Statement. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You're carrying a handful of sand from the desert. You're carrying a handful of sand from the desert. You add a handful of sand to the flask. You're carrying a handful of fertile soil from the Bear family's garden. You add a handful of fertile soil to the flask. You shake the flask's contents until they are thoroughly mixed. You wave the magic wand over the flask. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Enhancing Musical Talent incantation.
Earth bearing fruit from one's toiling hands, with patience of timeless, swift sifting sands, swirl through endurance, soaked salty with seas, permit me to please all musically.
You feel the contents of the flask stir slightly as you finish the incantation. You can't. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You try to turn the... You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. You carefully replace the magic wand exactly as you found it. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. Every surf... You get on your hands and knees and quickly shove all your possessions under the bed. They will be safe from the wizard's sharp eyes there.
I am hungry. Prepare me a meal at once.
Mananan is impatiently.
I'm curious, Master.
A dangerous mindset, boy.
I know, but I was wondering, how powerful are you?
Impudence!
Not at all. I was just wondering, if Ludor were to be invaded, would it be well protected by your magic?
Of course, irrelevant though that notion is, invaders would never reach these shores. My spells over the wind and weather would destroy any hostiles long before they caught sight of this land.
You surmise that you won't be taking any boat trips while he's around.
As for invaders from the west, they would only meet their demise in the endless scorched wasteland. And even if they endured, they would never survive an encounter with that desert beauty.
Mananan's mouth flickers upwards slightly in an odd manner. If you didn't know any better, you'd say he was thinking about someone he fancied. You wonder who it might be.
I am going to lie down for a rest. Do not disturb me.
You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling.
I'll give it a try.
Wonderful.
I'm a bit rusty.
You sure are.
Can I have the loot now?
Wouldn't feel right giving it to someone who's not musy enough. Sorry.
You start to feel creative, inspired, and ready to play your heart out.
I'm ready to play.
Wonderful.
When you look
look upon me, you see only stone, but the soul left within me's my own. Touch me with song, my pain is gone.
That sure was the best performance I've heard.
When was the last one?
There wasn't a last one. That was the first performance I've ever heard. My daddy told me all about the last boy who played here.
When was that?
About 17 years ago. Anyhow, you played so well just now. I see no reason not to let you have the thing.
Thank you.
Wench, come over here, more ale.
What do you sell here?
For you, I'd sell more than this here tavern offers. But me husband won't be appreciating that.
I meant, what beverages do you serve?
What's that?
Drinks. What drinks do you serve?
Oh, now you be talking me language.
Somehow you doubt you could ever be talking her language.
This place can sell you the finest liquor the land has to offer.
Anything else?
What else is there? Ale and rum, of course. You're a cutie, you know.
Any news from abroad?
You talking about gossip?
Well, sort of. The kind one hears from other countries.
Don't get much in the way of foreign gossip. Except from the sailors, of course.
Sailors?
Sure. They drop anchor, come in here, drink themselves full, then set sail again.
Incredible.
That we get sailors in here?
No, that there aren't wrecked ships all up and down the coastline.
You have nothing else to say to the barmaid at the moment.
Beat it, kid. Get lost.
The perplexed bard is composing some poetry.
Pain throbs to my chores, replacing toys. What are they for? Can I feel joy? I've never heard the sounds of cheers. Only the birds see tears falling.
The forest ends near the base of the mountain.
Greetings. That's an interesting poem.
Thank you. I wrote it myself. It's not finished, though.
What is it about?
It speaks of a young man longing for a better life,
Naturally.
just as I long for the seductive murmur of an audience anticipating my every word. Say, are you busy?
Fairly. Have you always wanted to be a poet?
No. Before I left my hometown to cross the vast desert to this land, I wanted to be a dancer.
What happened?
I was excommunicated by a populace immune to talent.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No matter. Soon after, I heard the muse call. Bound to her beckoning, she has led me here.
Have you finished your composition?
Not yet. There's something missing, though I can't put my finger on it. What do you think?
Well, the words have lyrical quality, broadly speaking.
Lyrical? That's it. Music. These words would ring all the truer were they sung. Ah, but alas, I have no instrument.
The bard seems to be rather distracted by his inability to complete his composition. You're not sure you could drink it all.
Home. Is there a place I'm meant to be? Where there's a face I want to see? Then I would leave this past behind. No more reprieve. Through with hiding. Please, don't touch that. It is my only means of returning through the desert. Not that I would choose to do so again. Even if open arms were to herald my arrival, I doubt I would know my way back.
You trekked through the desert with only a pitcher of water?
It is no mere pitcher. It is enchanted.
Perhaps this will help to inspire you.
This is it! My answer! The key to unlocking the creative force inside! Dawn, it's time to go. The journey's long, my pace won't slow. I'll prove that I have not been beat. There's nothing here, so on my feet, the future's waiting.
It's a pity you didn't have any talent potion left to give him.
This is a pleasant area, even in the shadow of Manannan's mountain.
You peer into the empty pitcher. At the bottom, the word Vandalmere has been etched. The hole is deep, much longer than your arm. There appears to be a glass bottle at the bottom. Try as you might, you cannot reach the bottle.
Vandalmere.
You successfully fill the hole with water and thoroughly soak yourself in the process. The pitcher slips out of your hands and shatters at the bottom of the rock. The hole is filled with water. A bottle bobs on its surface. You take the glass bottle from the hole and discover a piece of paper inside. The page feels very fragile. You assume it's very old. The piece of parchment has a magical incantation written on one side. You realize this is a page from the sorcery of old. On the back of the spell page is a scribbled note. Where can I find a mandrake root? I fear this land is barren of this rare vegetable. I have learnt it favors darker places. Perhaps the cave. It is my last hope. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling. The little vial of magic essence has a delicate, sweet aroma. The eagles Now webless, the entrance is open to you. The web has already been ravaged enough. The cave is bare and barren. The cave is bare and barren. The cave is... The only life left in this cave is a lone mandrake root. The cave walls crawl with life. An aura seeps from the air as if held by a strong and benevolent will. A recently fashioned dais is formed from the stone. The cave wall. The strange woman stands before you expectantly. Her ageless face is tranquil, but there's faint urgency behind her gaze.
Welcome, young one.
I saw you through the telescope, but it was a dream.
Neither dreaming nor awake. It was I you saw.
Who are you?
You may think of me as an oracle. Beyond that lies knowledge I cannot impart. A better question for you to ask is, who am I?
I do not understand.
Do you know your identity? Your ancestry? Your heritage?
My name is Gwydion, a servant to the wizard Manannan, and I have lived in Ludor all my life. As for my parents, I have never known them. Manannan told me that they died when I was very young.
Yes. Too young to remember. Too small to resist.
I don't understand.
A lie lurks in shadow and gives way to the luminance of truth. The time has come for your enlightenment.
Hello? Where am I?
These are but visions of light long faded. Observe what you may, but the time of influence has passed.
The child of the cradle stirs, as if the air has become too cold for him. You wonder if you could stand a closer look. You are, for want of a better word, standing in a regal nursery. Two children sleep soundly in their cradles on this summer's eve. You wonder how often the children's parents stood there, holding them proudly as they gazed out at their kingdom.
A child's toy, its use cut short, stirs no memory.
You have never seen such a place, but hope you will again before long. The nursery is sparsely furnished, allowing for ample crawling space.
Manannan.
I thank the Father for this timely gift.
No! I was that boy. Manannan abducted me. Everything he told me was a lie. I need to know more. Tell me.
Then speak, my child. Ask.
My name? Do I have a name? Other than the one Manannan gave me, I mean?
Your name is Alexander. Prince Alexander. You are heir to your father's throne.
My father is a king?
Yes, a very good and noble one. It may come to pass that you shall meet him.
Where do I come from?
You hail from the kingdom of Daventry. Once, it was a place of great beauty. Oldest is the magic that lies deep within that realm, and the earliest histories are connected to it. An important part it is to play in great events to come, but this should not concern you. The land has suffered much in recent times, and must be healed.
Why must the land be healed?
Great misfortunes have plagued Daventry since the arrival of the three-headed dragon. Each year it demands a sacrifice in exchange for sparing the land from its fiery wrath. At first, the king refused, and now, years later, the land burns still from the dragon's flame.
How may it be healed?
The power to do so can be found in a place once linked to the greater land. You will come to it in time, where your value shall be measured by the way you measure value.
Come again?
You will know when it is time to know.
Why does the king do nothing?
There was a time when the king would have risked all to save another. Now, he has barely the spark of life within him. The years have been hard for the royal family. Grief has taken its toll, and the king has borne the brunt of the anguish. Now, with the dragon holding the kingdom's future in its fiery jaws, he has not the spirit to fight the evil. The curse endures still.
Curse?
It is beyond what is yours to reckon with. Concern yourself not with it.
Why does the king
There grief.
curse?
It is.
Who are my family?
You are the son of Graham and Valanice, and the twin brother of Rosella, who is even now in great peril.
A sister. In peril, did you say?
The dragon came and took nest upon the highest summit. From there, it receives its dues. Lately, its price is the highest yet.
Rosella.
Yes, she is to be the next sacrifice. Go now, Prince Alexander. Deal with your enslaver, and venture forth to aid your family at a time they need you most.
Thank you, Oracle.
You pull out your... You feel a strange pulling sensation. The cliffs rise higher than the sun permits you to see. Your eyes adjust to the dark as you struggle to breathe the putrid air.
What is this place?
You peer into the glowing pit, your head begins to spin, and you feel compelled to step closer to the eerie light. Shaking yourself out of it, you wisely refrain from glancing at it directly. This lair feels even more inhospitable than your own. A sickly green glow pours from a wide pit, beyond which alcoves lie in darkness. A smooth stone sits on an altar-like pillar. A perfectly smooth, uniquely colored stone sits upon a natural pedestal. This lair
Who comes to my den?
Just a man.
Man? I have known many called man. All wretched, all deceitful. Now, all stone. As a man, you are not capable of honesty, of truth.
But I am.
As a man, you exist only to break a woman's heart. Shallowness and fear are your bane. Come closer, and I will destroy you.
Who are you?
I am your doom.
Who?
I. If you would look upon me, foolish boy, then reveal your true self.
How?
Hear me in earnest, and respond in kind. A blind man asks you to describe the sunset. A poor girl offers to sell you a rotten apple from her basket. A harem slave asks for help. Her master will beat her once he learns of her escape. She offers her services. An old man who reeks of the world's worst stenches asks for shelter. After many years of correspondence with the lady, you propose. Upon meeting her in person, she is far less attractive than she described. You are not repelled by me? You are not transformed? The enchantment is broken. Forgive me. I have been too hasty in appraising you. It would seem that I possess something of the hard-heartedness I accused you of having.
Considering my predecessors, I think your opinion was understandable.
How can I thank you?
The woman's true form is one of beauty in every sense.
Please, there must be something I can do, or offer you perhaps.
Keeping your hands to yourself might be the wisest course.
If it would please you, I would have this unique stone.
It would, though I am loath to ask. I would have you first do a favor for me.
Certainly.
I have all but forgotten my own appearance, and I should dare not enter the town again until I am made more gentle to the eye.
Assuredly, you would make not even the most dazzling sunrise more attractive to the senses.
I thank thee for the compliment. However, I still desire a means to appraise myself. I have none, for once transformed into a gorgon, all were destroyed in my terrible rage. Bring me a looking glass, and I will gladly grant you the stone.
I will do as you ask, my lady.
Keeping your hands
I am most grateful to you. You may have the stone if that is your will.
Thank you, my lady.
you take the smooth stone.
This stone is most unique. Would you tell me something of it?
It was my bane.
I do not understand.
Through my own pride and folly, I have suffered its power.
The stone caused your transformation?
Yes, I looked as I did because I desired to be more beautiful than any woman. The stone was said to be the work of the ancients, with the ability to grant one the gift of eternal beauty. However, my vanity tainted its power and I became hideous. Save yourself, none could look upon me without being turned to stone. My solitude nearly destroyed me.
I take it then that you are of magical persuasion?
It is a gift passed down from generation to generation in my family. We took pride that our line could be traced back to the first mages.
Is Manannan such a person? Does he share such a link to them?
Manannan? Who is he?
You do not know? How long have you been down here?
I am not sure. I secluded myself in this cave around the time the Port Bruce dock was completed.
I believe that was almost a century ago.
Has it truly been that long? I shall find it strange, venturing again to the town.
Perhaps not. Something tells me it hasn't changed all that much.
I am most grateful to you. May the stone serve you better than it served me. I am most...
Farewell, my lady.
Farewell, good sir. Yet before we part, I wish to make mention of something I have sensed in your aura. Whatever wretched life you have thus far lived, I feel a great change encroaching upon you soon. For good or ill, I know not. Heed well my advice. Beware those who would offer help, particularly if such should bear a price.
I thank you, my lady.
You pull out your magic map. You feel a You're not certain why you're carrying around something as disgusting as a dead fly. It's not wise to mix magical ingredients without instructions. The little vial of magic essence has a delicate, sweet aroma. The eagle's tail feather.
You're not certain. Picking off its wings, you throw the rest away.
You overhear snatches of the two bandits' conversation.
Squirmed just like a pig. And that rope you rigged inside that big oak tree works great. Now nobody here will find our hideout. Why, I'll bet even that wizard.
Wench! Come over here, more ale!
In your insect form, you fit easily through the hole in the tree. As you buzz around inside the tree, you notice a rope dangling from above. You decide to get out of the tree before the spell wears off. You pull out. You feel
I am ravenous. Fix me something immediately.
Mananan is impatiently
Master?
What is it?
Have you any family?
What do you care of that subject?
You've been the closest thing that I have to a father.
as close as the heavens are to your grasp.
And I was pondering on the members of my extended family. If there are any.
Not that it is of any concern to you, but I have a sister and a brother. Neither would be remotely interested in knowing a common servant.
Of course, it was foolish of me. Why would they wish to know a lowly urchin?
Exactly, though you flatter yourself. My sister would find you too ugly, and my brother would find you too male.
You begin to think that Mananan isn't the social type.
Personally, I think you'd make a better scullery maid than what you pass yourself off as now. I have decided to take a journey.
Wasn't hissing a big enough hint? You'll get what's coming to you, Gwydion. I used to be his favorite.
Keeping your voice
How long were you in the town, Coop? Just over a year. The wizard nabbed me after I made 2 centuries. What? You're not that old. In eggs, dear. Oh, I thought you meant your batting average.
Come no closer, lowly human. Show respect to a lord of the air. Beware my talons, for the sake of your weak, wretched hide. Come no closer.
You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange There is no answer. Just right. You feel around inside the hollow tree and discover a rope stretching up into the tree. You pull it, and, to your amazement, a rope ladder falls from the branches above. You've reached the porch of a shack built in the branches of the oak tree. You'd better be careful. Whoever dwells beyond that doorway may not take kindly to unexpected visitors. A rough opening in the plank serves as the doorway to this ramshackle treehouse. A hole cut into the side acts as a window. You can see someone moving about, but cannot make out any details. You are standing outside a shack that has been built in the branches of the spreading oak tree. A rope ladder leads toward the ground. A rough opening in the planks serves as the doorway to this ramshackle treehouse. A hole cut into the side acts as a window. Though you can see little of the interior, there seems to be a figure sleeping in a chair.
You have entered the treehouse. A sleeping bandit slumps face down on the table, occasionally stirring. Take care not to get too close, or you might wake him.
You very carefully lift the coin purse off the table, practically from under the sleeping bandit's nose. You pull out. You feel it.
Good day to you, young man. What can I do for you?
Tell me, good storekeep, what news is there of the outside world?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't keep up much with current events. I have my own concerns, what with my work and family. I don't need any more from anywhere else spoiling my day.
In that case, anything new happening around here?
Around Ludor? 'Tis the same old town as it has always been. Ships come in, ships go out. People come in, people go out. Money comes in, and I'd prefer not to think on the next part.
I'd like to purchase something.
Certainly. Take a look at the items on the shelf behind me.
I'd like to purchase.
Certainly.
You count out 4 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You count out 10 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You count out 8 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You count out 5 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You pull. You feel a A stream gurgles past the cave as it winds its way to the sea. This is a pleasant area, marred only by a dark opening in the hillside. You kneel and scoop some of the mud onto the wooden spoon. You scoop up a cupful of ocean water. You pull out. You feel a You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. Inside, you take it. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. Covered with gold trimmings, the old book's leather cover is cracked and you eat. Most of the formulas are You're carrying a handful. You tore this empty page from the journal and used it to make a list. You carry a letter addressed. You feel strange knowing your. The piece of parchment has a magical incantation on the back of the spell. Where can I find a mandrel? You replace the missing page. You pour the cup of ocean water into the bowl. light the charcoal brazier. You place the bowl of ocean water on the charcoal brazier. You remove the bowl before it starts to boil. You add a spoonful of mud to the bowl. You add the toadstool powder to the bowl. You save the empty jar for reuse. You blow into the steaming bowl. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Brewing a Storm incantation.
From nature, I now call on thee, the power of the land and sea. When brew is stirred, all should be warned, the might of the approaching storm.
You wave the magic wand over the bowl. You carefully pour the storm brew into the empty jar. The charcoal brazier burns out. The root of the mandrake plant has an earthy, bitter smell to it. The mortar and pestle await the magic of muscle power. You place the dried mandrake root in the mortar. You grind the dried mandrake root into a fine powder. You carefully remove the mandrake root powder from the mortar. You carefully place the mandrake root powder in the bowl. There's nothing very interesting about this jar of whitish, thick lard. A strong, fishy smell emanates from the glass jar. You pour 2 spoonfuls of fish oil into the bowl. You hold a small ball of black cat fur in your hand. You place the cat hair in the bowl. You carefully stir the contents of the bowl. You dump the oily dough onto the tabletop. You shape the oily dough into the shape of a cookie. It hardens quickly. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Turning Another into a Cat incantation.
Root of mandrake and fish oil, with cat hair over which I toil, to make a meal worse than the rack from this deceiving little snack.
You wave the magic wand over the cookie. You have just created a cookie that, when eaten, will turn the victim into a cat forever. The porridge conceals the crumbled cookie. It still looks as appetizing as ever.
You'd look mighty funny falling down those stairs, Gwydion.
You quickly The cabinet door locks as you shut it. You try to... You unlock... You carefully... The cabinet...
I am hungry. Prepare me a meal at once.
Mananan is impatient. You watch, barely able to control a smile from spreading over your face. The wizard chokes on his little snack and clutches his throat. He seems to be turning a somewhat bluish color. As the wizard manages to swallow the tainted, once-hidden cookie, he greedily gulps the remainder of the porridge. You watch, hoping for a sign that the spell will begin its work, but it seems the wizard is unaffected.
Something is wrong. I feel strange.
Really? Maybe you should curl up. Have a cat nap.
What was in that porridge? A cookie?
Ah, the cookie. You know, that reminds me of a poem. Root of mandrake and fish oil, with cat hair over which I toil.
My spell!
Oh, you know that one.
You!
Yes?
You won't get away with this. You'll be sorry, Gwydion.
My name is Alexander.
Furry and furious, the wizard must contend with fleas and furballs.
I'll trap you like the rat you are. You'll never be a prince. You've been a pauper too long.
Keeping your voice...
Just wait, you wretched boy. You'll pay for this.
You unlock the oak inside. You quickly pull the levers. This is the greenish-gray cactus is small, plump, and fleshy. You cut the cactus in half with a knife. You squeeze the cactus juice into the spoon. You add the cactus juice to the bowl. You add the jar of lard to the bowl. You keep the empty jar for later use. You're carrying a hat. The nightshade juice sloshes. The dirty brown storm brew sloshes. Toad spittle is You add 2 drops of toad spittle to the bowl. You carefully stir the contents of the bowl. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Becoming Invisible incantation.
Juice of cactus and toad spittle upon myself but just a little. With flame and moisture both present, I shall become most transparent.
You wave the magic wand over the bowl. You carefully pour the invisibility ointment into the empty lard jar. The 3 acorns are dry and brittle. You place the acorns in the mortar. You grind the acorns into a fine powder. This is a plain leather You carefully scoop the acorn powder out of the mortar. You put the acorn powder into the bowl. The nightshade juice sloshes around. You pour 1 cup of nightshade juice into the bowl. You carefully stir the contents of the bowl. You light the charcoal brazier. You place the bowl on the charcoal brazier. You wait until the nightshade juice is almost gone. A damp, powdery substance remains behind in the bowl. You remove the bowl from the charcoal brazier. You pour the contents of the bowl onto the table. The sleeping powder dries on the wizard's table. You remind yourself not to breathe too heavily. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Causing a Deep Sleep incantation.
Acorn, nightshade, together mixed, concoction of a deep sleep fixed. From places of much lesser light, you bring to them a long good night.
You wave the magic wand over the powder. You carefully scoop up the powder from the table. With steady hands, you put the sleeping powder into the empty pouch. You now have a magical powder that will put anyone in the vicinity to sleep when poured on the ground in a place where there's both darkness and moisture. The charcoal brazier burns out. Atop the oak table, you're carrying a handful of coarse grains of salt. You measure 1 spoonful of salt and pour it into the mortar. You grind the salt with the pestle. The dried sprig of mistletoe is a thick grayish green with remnants of little berries still attached. It is not a pretty plant. You place the sprig of mistletoe in the mortar. You grind the mistletoe with a pestle. The stone is smooth, round, and an unusual color, somewhat like that of amber. You rub the stone in the mixture. You gently kiss the stone. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the teleportation at random incantation.
My kiss so tender I now give, so that I may have a chance to live, seeking a place of trouble less. When my smooth stone I shall caress.
You wave the magic wand over the stone. Atop the oak table, this is the first page.
You'll get what's coming to you, Ghoul.
You can't use You pull out. You feel
Winch, come over here with more rum.
a loud bunch of seafarers swap yarns between swills of rum. It would seem they're getting ready to set sail. The sailors peer at you through bleary eyes and continue swilling their rum. One, who looks like the captain, pauses and drunkenly speaks to you.
Aye, me bucko. Be ye wantin' passage on me ship? What you running from? Oh, it's no matter, as long as you got gold. Let's me see how much you got. Winch, come over here with more rum.
As you bring out the purse, the captain snatches it from your hand.
Aye, lad, I sees you do have a wee bit of gold. It's less than me regular fare, but I'll gives you passage anyways. We'll be waiting for you at the wharf, but not for long.
The captain and his men down their rum in one long draught, then leave the tavern. A charming village sits atop a bluff overlooking the ocean. The port town extends an offer to passing ships. A large ship is tied to the dock. The seaman guarding the ship eyes you shiftily.
Hi, the captain said you'd be coming along. Get on board.
Nothing like a little bit of salt air to perk up a boy's spirits. You feel excited about the upcoming journey.
Ahoy there, me lad. Allow me to introduce myself. My name's Captain Bloodlet. I'll be your host for this year voyage, or what you'll be remembering of it. Pretty flag, ain't it?
You're pirates?
Afraid so. We'll be showing you to your quarters now. Set course for the island.
Aye, Captain.
Cautiously, you look around the dank cargo hold. Among stacks of wooden crates, a rope ladder dangles partway through an opening above. Cautiously, this crate lies beneath the ladder. The ladder hangs directly over the largest crate. It's just out of reach. There's an open grating above you. Looking warily around the dank cargo hold, you see nothing but wooden crates piled about. This small box looks manageable. You can't use The desktop is highly organized, with quills arranged in order of feather size. The chest near the captain's bunk is closed. The captain dutifully makes an entry in his log. The chart traces the ship's route. You don't recognize the continents except the one you've just left. The captain's bunk is neatly made. The captain's cabin is clean and orderly. His bunk rests against one wall with a large chest at its foot. A chart is tacked to the wall behind his desk. Beyond the porthole, the ocean rises and falls, rises and falls, rises and falls. A device for turning the ship's rudder is set into the floor. After careful scrutiny, you determine that the lifeboat is both empty and uninteresting. A pair of oars crisscross one wall in this section of the ship. Rows of hard, uninviting bunks line the walls of the crew's quarters. Rows of hard, uninviting
We're nearing the island, Captain. Orders?
As soon as we drop anchor, we'll head for shore. The treasure's assuredly still there, waiting for me. Us.
Do you think the map is accurate?
No reason to think otherwise. The last captain of the ship insisted the map was genuine. 'Twas the last thing he said before I ran him through.
What about our new passenger? You think he's up to the task?
Are ye questioning me judgment?
No, Captain. It's just that we can't be knowing if we can trust him.
You be thinking he'll make a run for it? Fat chance of that. It's a dangerous journey to the center of the island. Even if he made it that far, there's an impassable cliff face on the other side with a sheer drop to the ocean below. And if by some slim chance he managed to climb down, it's a mighty long swim to nearest land. And then there's the sharks.
I guess he doesn't have much of a choice. Do you think there'll be traps on the island, Captain?
Well, of course there be traps, you empty-headed sea urchin. The treasure was buried in the days when those wizard characters used to run things. 1,000 years ago, so it be told. The pirate captain to whom the treasure belonged was something of a magician himself. Who knows what deadly devices were conjured up? Well, don't just stand there. Go get him.
Aye, Captain.
A few hours later.
Take this parchment. It's got a lot of silly scribbling on it, but it gives you the best route through that jungle. Now get in there and find that treasure.
And try not to get killed.
Aye, it's a lot of trouble finding someone who won't be missed, and who's foolish enough to set foot on my ship.
The pirate looks more into skewering than humoring. A cliff rises further inland. The pirate ship sits like a bloated whale, waiting to swallow you again. You are standing on the beach of this island. The sound of the waves would comfort you, were it not the only thing you've been listening to through the hull.
Quit your prattling, get in there and find me that treasure.
Ahem.
I mean, find us that treasure, of course.
A serene natural corridor leads you from the beach to the inner island. Spread across the island is a variety of unspoilt flora. You see an old marble pillar near the chasm. As far as you can tell, this is an ordinary bridge. If you excuse the pivot in the middle, the latches on the ends, and its propensity to tilt completely either way. A weight has appeared. It hovers in the air above the bridge. Until recently, you thought you knew what depth meant. It's a beautiful view, but you can't have anything to do with it. The old map you obtained from the pirate captain is worn and fragile. It may very well be centuries old. You examine the treasure map and read the writing scrawled upon it. Through all of life's long, lonely walks, or skips, runs, or trips, true balances are keenly sought. Take heed to avoid tips. A tasteful trio, all distinct, are ways to find new density. Their traits, most heavy, norm, and light, will weigh against longevity.
I don't see how I might. Ah.
You see a bottle containing some strange liquid. The bottle contains some strange liquid. It seems to weigh you down more than anything else you've carried. The bottle contains some strange liquid. You can hardly tell you're carrying it. The bottle contains some strange liquid. Feels about right for its size. There's a lever attached to the bridge. You pull the lever. The braces on the side where you came from snap back into place. The stained stretch of swamp water is broken by numerous glowing stones. You have entered a swamp. A sickly stream of water runs through here, preventing your passage further inland. Begin you shall across the sea, its clear hue like the sky, to find yourself on endless sand, like blood and yet bone dry, and then to luscious fields of wheat, a wide expanse of crops, through waving grasses growing tall, hand brushing across their tops, high over snowy mountain pass, your journey's near the end. Step last onto the well-tilled earth, where wounded feet may mend. You can't jump that far. Here the path ends. Other than an unusual stone structure, there's nothing to suggest the presence of an abandoned stash. Perhaps the pirates were wrong. Strange ferns grow in this area. In other words, they fit right in. A starkly angled stone arch stands alone in the clearing. It has vaguely familiar markings, and you gather it has been here for more years than you've learned to count. What's in a name save for its sounds? They lie close by, look close around. For in creatures both small and great, the way is paved through Saren's gate. It's a sort of stone tile with something engraved on one side. You take the stone plaque off the ground. You're carrying tiles with inscriptions of animals on them.
Who are you?
An echo of the first mage and pirate Captain Saran, who once derived value from only earthly things. Long ago I concealed them at this place, riches beyond what wealthy men do dream. Does the thirst for treasure bring you here? Are stones and coins your reason for risking precious life?
They are, though I care little for such things. I am seeking to return to a home from which I was unjustly taken, to parents whom I cannot recall.
My death occurred here in a time beyond your reckoning. Your life, a mere moment, is of no concern. The treasure, my only care, binds my soul to this place. Do you desire it?
I desire what I need to reach my homeland safely. Without your treasure, I am doomed.
Then a chance you shall have to claim it. You have demonstrated your cunning and skill. Now a more important trial begins. This island once belonged to the realm known as Daventria, when land and sea once met as equals upon the earth.
Daventria? Oh, Daventry.
Greatest among us was its ruler, Leginimor. He created the greatest of treasures, orbs of power, to aid the land in crisis. When he fell at the hands of his betrayer, the orbs were lost, scattered about the realm and beyond. One orb contained the power to heal the very earth itself.
How might I do this?
In the order of value lies your salvation. Choose well, and the treasure kept here for these past 1,000 years shall be yours. Choose poorly, and you shall die. Choose first the item of greatest importance, then the second, and so on.
The ethereal form of Seren wavers before you. The large tree angles protectively over the rock. The archway has brought you here, wherever here is. A broad beam allows light into this glade. The archway has brought the craft of construction.
The epitome of academic education.
It is a magnificent jewel. Consume it today, conceive a tomorrow.
Now, choose the second. Now, pick the third. You have chosen well. The treasure shall be yours. Take it, and the worthless trinkets contained within.
You wonder what great treasures lie within.
Zounds!
The pirate captain may not look kindly upon you keeping your share of the gold. Better leave it in the chest.
What is this?
A trinket I acquired in my early days. 'Twas a highway to begin a low life, robbing the first king's grave. That vessel in the likeness of his hands was in place of his own. Take it.
You put the gold coins back in the chest.
Farewell.
Did you get the treasure? Well, you've proved you're worth something, at least for now. Maybe we won't be killing you just yet.
Into the boat. Move it.
After your return from Treasure Island, you spend several more days as a cabin boy.
Get off your bunk, you lazy landlubber. Get to the galley and get the stove running.
Deep blue water reaches endlessly in every direction. The sails have been fastened securely with knots you cannot name. The doorway to the galley gives way to darkness. The shields were likely stolen from other conquered vessels. The barrel is full of rum. It's an old wood stove. These filthy pots and pans are used to cook the pirates' meals. Poor devils. It's like a little piece of home. Get closer. Get close. You doubt he'd want to cut a rug with you. There's nothing that can help you here.
The upper deck could do with a good scrubbing. Now get moving.
You can't.
You took your merry time. Go over to the captain's cabin and dust the shelves.
It's a feather duster, similar to the one you use to clean up the wizard's study. You're not... Don't ruin this writer's work. Meanwhile...
There you are. I have been looking all over the castle.
Where else would I be? Where else could I be?
What are you doing?
Only what I can. Nothing. Save watch my land fall into ruin while that winged abomination continues its reign of terror.
It serves not to dwell on matters beyond your...
My wife, do you not feel my anguish? Our own daughter has been taken. And I allowed it.
You had no choice.
There is always a choice.
True. You might have chosen Daventry's destruction. Years ago, you defied the dragon. Even now, the flames still lick at our crops. Imagine the suffering had you resisted further. As for your anguish, every day I weep for Rosella and our son, Alex.
No, I cannot bear to hear his name. Not now.
As you wish. But you must not let this destroy you. Daventry cannot afford to be without its king, nor I without the man I wed.
Were it only that he were here, I would do anything to heal my beloved realm, to make everything right.
Orders, Captain?
We're heading for Usperia. Time to put all that booty to good use. What is it?
That course will take us close to Daventry, won't it?
Yeah? You got a problem with that?
I must be confessing something to you, Captain. I be getting a tad nervous sailing this close to Daventry. What with that dragon I hear out telling those parts?
Ah, you lily-livered codfish! That beast sits over yon mountains, never comes near the shore from what I hear.
Hope you're right, Captain.
Of course I'm right, you jelly-legged squid! That reminds me, when we reach Usperia, we'll see if we can't sell our new young'un in the markets. Should fetch a pretty price. Oh, and make sure there's someone guarding the hatch. We don't want him trying to make a break for Daventry shore as we sail by.
Aye, Captain.
As the pirates spot land nearby, you are unceremoniously dumped in the cargo hold again to keep you from escaping.
He's been safely locked away in the hold, Captain. Say, have you seen this stuff we took off him? That kid carried some strange things. Where do you think he got them?
How should I know? I've heard tell a wizard lives in Ludor. The kid seemed eager to leave. He probably stole those things.
There's something else, too. Seems like a map.
Another treasure map?
Don't think so. Seems like a map of Ludor to me. Look, this here's the town where we made port. Whoa!
Better get myself a chest with a lock on it when we reach Hesperia.
It appears the pirates anticipated your attempt at escaping and decided to keep a close eye on you. This The chest near the captain's bunk is closed. You retrieve your stolen items. Curiously, you sneak a peek at the drawers. There's nothing of interest amongst the charts and logbooks. You're not one to read late. Curiously, you're not close.
Try plugging a leak with your tail. Did you hear the pirates talking? They're thinking of bringing a cat on board.
No, don't scare me like that!
It's true. I've heard them complaining about too many mice being on board. I've traveled on one of those royal vessels once. They're like a maze below decks.
A few weeks in isolation, and you'll have good cause to natter like a nitwit.
Remember the emergency plan. In case of fire, storm, or plague, find a money pouch and hide. Those things are always the first to be saved. I miss my 35 cousins. They never did come back from the lab.
A few weeks.
Remember the emergency.
The leather pouch is securely tied and filled with the coarse brown sleep powder you so proudly manufactured. As your sleep spell takes effect, a silence descends over the ship. You're not interested. It's holding you. The pirate has found a more comfortable place to sleep than his bunk. A life at sea must be truly exciting. The ship's cook is fast asleep in the evening meal. His snores rattle the walls. He doesn't talk in his sleep. You spy mountainous land to the east. The dirty brown storm brew sloshes around in the half-filled glass jar. The little vial of magic essence has a delicate, sweet aroma. You've managed to make it to the shore of Daventry, but your magic essence is all gone now. A vast expanse of blue again beckons. You ignore it. To the north, you see a forest. It warms you to see this new world thriving with life. The pier used to harbor vessels sailing into Daventry. The pier used to harbor vessels sailing into Daventry. To the north, you see nature has provided this rock with some shade. Palm trees sprout like whiskers from the earth's sandy skin. A winding trail gradually ascends these hills to the mountains and beyond. Many trees have sprouted along the natural path, despite the surplus of shade. A winding You look to see a majestic mountain range reaching toward the beautiful blue sky. You are at the foot of a high, snowy mountain range. A tricky path winds its way up the steep face of a looming cliff. It's an owl wearing a waistcoat and monocle. Don't be ridiculous. Of course it can't speak. You are at the foot. The mountain goat is its own king.
A small mountain stream trickles on its way to destiny.
The snow-capped mountains advance forever upward. A narrow path skims along the top of a precipitous ridge. As you look down, you see the steep cliff below you. Icy patches cover the ground. The snowy cave is large, with thick icicles hanging from its entrance. It's dark inside. You have reached the summit, but still the snowy mountains continue relentlessly forward. A narrow path forges its way through the snowdrifts, and another leads into a large cave. Nervously, you look around. As you make your way through the mountains, you suddenly notice something approaching you in the distance. Something that doesn't seem friendly. You try to fake an impression of chilliness.
Now, don't sell yourself short.
You rub the magic stone.
Hey, what was that?
You rub the magic stone.
You can run, but you can't hide.
These caves are really dark, but you feel a draft coming from two separate ways ahead of you.
Lost, aren't we? Let me show you around a little bit.
The Yeti is huge, with an appetite to match.
You'd better have more meat on you than the last one.
The Yeti is
You bet.
Thanks to your navigational skills, you've managed to outwit the abominable snowman, and the way to Daventry is clear. It looks like a fat, freezing Wookiee.
I'm getting sick of trespassers. I'm going back to Serenia.
The snow-capped peaks thrust their way upward towards a reddening sky. Cracked, burnt, and lifeless, this is all that remains of the great realm of Daventry. A once green woodland, now cruelly charred, spreads out before you. The ceiling is covered with stalactites. A winding, rickety ramp runs along the walls of the cavern. A tunnel leads off to one side. A stone staircase leads toward the high cavern ceiling. The mountain rises steeply from this plateau. A cave leads into its depths. Every living thing has been burnt to a crisp. The jar of invisibility ointment is nearly full of a thick, oily substance. The dragon is every bit as fearsome as you imagine. Its green scales look hard and impregnable. 3 massive heads blow flame and smoke atop its writhing necks. The sight of it makes you shiver. It's your sister, Rosella. The dirty brown storm brew sloshes around in the half-filled glass jar.
Stormy brew. Churn anew.
The dragon's corpse lies upon the ground, no match for the fury of your magical storm. Shouldn't you free her first? You untie your sister.
I thank you, my brave sir. Come, we must journey to my father's castle. My parents will be anxious to meet their daughter's rescuer. Do I know you?
Perhaps. We may have shared a cradle once.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Alexander, of Daventry.
Rosella regards you with a look of bewilderment, then a hint of suspicion.
Prove it.
I don't know how I could.
My mother told me once that my brother had a peculiar birthmark.
Well, in that case...
On his right buttock.
I see. Well, if that is what it will take to prove it to you.
Thank you. I am sorry I did not believe you. Brother.
After all you've been through, I understand completely. I just hope I don't have to prove my identity to the entire kingdom this way. Tell me about our parents.
Our mother, Queen Valenice, is as kind as she is beautiful. She is also wise and counsels father when he is in need of advice.
And our father?
King Graham has been the bravest and most honorable man this kingdom has ever known. It is only in recent years that our country's misfortunes have taken their toll on him.
I wish I could have been there for him.
You are here now. I think that seeing you will do a great deal to mend his ailing heart.
Why did the dragon come to Daventry?
I do not know. On occasion, I have heard Father mumble something about a curse. He would not speak to me of it, though. Nor would Mother.
Most curious.
The dragon has already laid waste to all life here. There's nothing left to consume.
I am glad to finally be home.
As am I. It was difficult growing up knowing that I had a brother, yet fathoming neither your whereabouts nor whether you were safe. Though I cannot explain it, somehow I knew you were still alive. I hope your life thus far has not been too unpleasant.
Let's just say that I'm not overly fond of evil wizards.
Then you have something in common with Father. Though he did not know it at the time, one used to serve under him many years ago.
I have had quite an adventure while journeying here.
I can imagine. Perhaps I too will have an adventure someday. Well, preferably one without a three-headed dragon.
Agreed. I am looking forward to meeting my parents.
We'll surprise them. Are you nervous?
Well, maybe a little.
It will be fine. You'll see.
You have nothing more to say to Rosella.
Hello, milady. Milady, you are free! Could it be to do with the sudden storm I beheld atop Cloud Mountain?
Oh, indeed it was. And I have this noble man to thank for rescuing me.
Incredible! And to think that the dragon is dead and gone after all this time. He is dead and gone, right?
Completely.
Oh, amazing! Noble sir, whom do I and all of Daventry thank for this miracle?
Go ahead.
Good sir, I am Prince Alexander of Daventry.
The gnome gives you a thoroughly mystified look. Then gradually a grin begins to spread over his old wrinkled face. The grin becomes a great smile, and soon the gnome is overcome with joy.
Wonderful, sensational, marvelous news! Yes, it is you, isn't it? I knew it. From the moment I saw you, I just knew it.
Then why did you just ask?
Shh! I must run to the castle and let everybody know. The dragon is dead and Prince Alexander has returned.
You are becoming too accustomed to this view. You are becoming.
Mind your footing, Alexander. The ground up ahead doesn't look stable.
What little foliage remains little to look at. The man stands alone in the gloomy clearing. He wears a simple hooded garment and pays you little attention.
Hello? Are you alright?
I am as I am.
Who are you?
One who remembers many things. My wisdom once served the king.
This is your home then?
I called it that once, before yours had meaning. It has hidden something from me.
Can I help you find it?
Not as you are, my would-be sire.
You know me.
I know many things. The now, then, and every age in between. The reason for days, and why the stars are restless. The forces that work their will in this world, the trivial manner of your arrival.
But how could you?
Leave me. My time wanes with your wasteful banter.
He doesn't appear interested in conversing further. It's a bit on the warm side. A rock sits prominently in this clearing. It's a bit on the warm. It's a bit. The walls have stood the test of time, but have recently struggled to hold together. The moat might have once been home to many animals, but you cannot see them now. The massive gate of the castle is opened to welcome you home.
Rosella! The Royal Weaver told us of your rescue. I could scarcely believe it. And this
is Prince Alexander of Daventry.
son?
Yes, Mother.
My heart has ached with longing for this day. Your absence has been a terrible burden for us all. Come, your father awaits us.
So ends the first. At last.
Father!
Rosella! Are you all right?
As good as can be. Father, you look.
As one who has worried more than any thought possible, for longer than most thought him capable. Do not concern yourself. Is this?
Yes, Father.
I hadn't dared hope for this moment.
Why does your crown glow?
I don't... Wait. The father wanted the crown to find the item. This must be it.
That old thing.
Who is the father?
It doesn't matter. Today, his search ends.
Perhaps that will end his curse. Perhaps its second will not come to pass.
Yes, perhaps. Let us adjourn to the throne room. I have traveled many roads, some joyful, others dark. They have led me far and wide through all manner of danger. Yet they always brought me home, to Daventry. Your road, Alexander, has led you from us. For the longest time, we lost all hope of seeing you again. But the road, it seems, saw fit to return you as well. Along every step of my journeys, I have worn this, my adventurer's hat, a symbol of my zeal and youth. It is right that it should now pass to younger blood. Receive it, and know the man who was your father. May it lead you to fortune and great adventure as much as this world will share. To your futures.
There was no hope for me, and I could not dream of being free. But then I had a vision of you, and you gave me a reason to live, and so I find my way back home to you. No one's ever walked this far. No one's ever tried so hard. No one's ever felt this way. Had so much taken away. Who could know my hurt, my pain? When time and again I'm shamed. How could I have kept so sane when all it did was rain? If it
Congratulations, you finished the game. Based on your playing style, you've earned the following secret awards.